This is a clouds weather alert.
Wednesday afternoon here, we're still seeing some storms that are really nasty, and we need to be aware of them here as we're tracking things toward the Hilliard area. We do see a real enhancement here in the winds right now toward Hilliard, so you guys need to be in shelter immediately. That's why I started a different stream. I know I talked about this morning as we were wrapping up the other stream. I wanted to make sure I started a new stream because the threats kind of increased here toward the First Coast region, northern parts of North Florida, compared to what we were thinking here last night. As we're seeing things get further east here and are looking really nasty. So Hilliard to Callahan, you don't want to be driving right now on, it looks like a US 1. This is some pretty fierce wind that's probably crossing US 1 here. If not right now, momentarily. This bluest, whitest area is indicative of a pretty long stretch here. A few miles of wind gusts into about 60 miles an hour. That could really make it hard to drive. And with the copious downpours, this is a pretty nasty situation here as we're tracking it. We are watching this here on the First Coast here and in the First Coast region again. This is really intensified here. As we've been watching it, it maybe weakened a little in the last couple frames, but it's still severe, and it's coming into a lot of population. Unfortunately, there's no traffic cameras there in that stretch of the road, because otherwise that'd be really helpful to kind of paint the picture on what's going on. But we're talking about US 1, US 301 here. Hilliard to Callahan, you do not need to be driving there right now. This is some nasty wind. 60 miles an hour. This is a little bit wider spread area than you would see in your typical summertime severe weather, as this is associated here with a boundary coming in that's going to try to give us a little bit of cooler and dry air, but it's not going to really make a huge difference, as we're looking in the extended period. But again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning on this Wednesday afternoon as we're tracking things here. We have other storms that are looking, fairly strong as they go to base velocity. As we're looking at things, I'm going to go over toward the Tallahassee radar. I see they had a gust there toward 36 miles an hour. Quite honestly, that stuff there, it is, noteworthy. It could be nasty, but, the reason we're on is for the warning toward the east. It doesn't look anything like what we're seeing right here toward Jacksonville. Over the next little bit, potentially, as we're tracking things with this warning. You see around the Pontiac area, there could be some wind enhancement there, and really, I think Jacksonville, but it's going to probably be, from the airport northward where the strongest winds are based on the velocity. This is, a pretty hefty, severe thunderstorm, so you need to be inside. You need to be away from windows. This is including parts of Nassau, Baker, Duval, Ware, Charlton to 245. But the focus is Hilliard to Callahan right now. As we're seeing here, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe penny-sized hail as this moves southeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, this is some really, nasty velocity imagery that we're tracking here this afternoon. It's very, very important to stay on top of here. I'm going to pull up another mode on the Doppler perspective as we're trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. I just want to say, you guys, what some of these winds look to be capable of here as we're monitoring it. I mean, you see it on here, but if you're not familiar with the color table, here's a better look at things. You see 61.5 miles an hour according to radar, and it's not even that high up, as we're looking not too far aloft. So you need to take this seriously. Hilliard to Callahan right now on US 301, US 1. This is some pretty intense stuff coming on through. It seems, to be something we'll have to watch as we look ahead, downstream, which, let me look at this here. It is somewhat southerly, but has that easterly component. Southeast seems about right with this. So let me kind of give you an idea. So somewhere, I know you'll need to watch it. I know I'm drawing a little outside the warning. Not necessarily going to go out of the warning, but I just want to kind of be on the safe side here with my estimation, where some of these worst of the winds could be. I mean, that gets close toward the airport here. So this is kind of an idea where we could have a damage path, of some trees down, some limbs down, and the like here over the next little bit. So again, just got to be mindful of this here as we're tracking things. Seeing some really strong winds there. You see a slight risk of severe weather that got added in here. 2 out of 5 for the wind damage potential got added at about 12:30 or so. So you just have to be very mindful of that, obviously. And we have a little bit of tornado parameters, sure. More supercell, but the instability is what is really the problem here. When you have a boundary, when you have over 4,000 joules per kilogram, it's so warm. This is a recipe for some damage here. And, with it being graduation season, high school graduation season, end of the school year at the primary and secondary schools, this is really something that could catch folks off guard. We're talking about 4,670 joules per kilogram on the surface-based cape. That is almost what you'd call extreme instability here. We really need to make sure you're taking this seriously, not necessarily a tornadic situation. I don't see a lot of rotation at all with it at the moment. We did have a funnel cloud earlier, though, after that severe thunderstorm warning expired toward DuPont there in Clinton County. But as we're looking here, we do have an update on this warning. Now, they canceled out Baker and Ware, but they're continuing the Jacksonville Weather Service offices, portions of Duval, Nassau, and Charlton until 2:45. So again, we need to be weather aware here. This is some pretty nasty stuff. It's coming in a bit quicker maybe than we were anticipating here. Plus, stronger. I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, going a little bit further south into this instability here. And that's going to cause it to be a little bit worse here maybe than what it could have been otherwise. So we're talking about severe thunderstorm located there 7 miles west of Callahan, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Hilliard, Callahan, St. George, Ratliff, Briceville, Nassau Village, Ratliff here. You just need to be inside and away from windows this afternoon. It's now over 301/US1 there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in the weather center. So again, trying to keep you guys informed here on the latest developments. It shows winds to about 60 miles an hour right in here just north of Callahan. And, we do have that southerly component. And sometimes these will go northeast. This is going more southeast. So, Italia there, they may extend this morning, that area, along this region in here, give or take. I mean, probably a little bit bigger, get into the airport area as well, and take you to some of these beaches here as we're looking from like a Mayport to up toward the north. So I mean, it could be a little south if you just extend the polygon out as we take it all the way to downtown, because there's a little bit of hail potential in this area. But the wind, the problem looks there. I know we have a new advisory back out here now. So let me go ahead and go to base velocity. Let's look at that for a second. Parts of Baker, Hamilton, Nassau, Columbia, Eccles, and Charlton until 3:30 here. So we have to be weather aware. You see this polygon, this is moving, they say east, but a little southerly component. They're saying 30 miles an hour, gust to 40, half-inch hail. So kind of like this. I mean, eventually could get down toward the Stark area again. Things have kind of shifted from what we were talking about last night. The models have not handled this pattern well at all at times. And, we're kind of repeating that, especially when it's gotten into toward our area. It's been a guessing game, to be quite honest. And this stuff's definitely further east here. As we're tracking things, we'll have to watch, eventually some of this could, we'll kind of watch the loop on here. They kind of do it manually. I just kind of want to see the angle, depending on how long it takes, this definitely could hold together in this dark area and give us some strong weather here. Maybe not overwhelming, don't get me wrong. You know, hurricane season, you know, generally it's been a lot worse for folks here, and I'm not really seeing any rotation with this, which is good. Because that could happen. We already did have a funnel cloud report up earlier toward parts of Clinton County. Haven't had any tornado warnings locally or any tornadoes locally here, but so far that we know of. But again, we have to be mindful here of what's going on. It looks just a tad bit more disorganized, or a little bit more disorganized than it was. Callahan to Hilliard. As I'm going to check some of my different sources here in the Weather Center on this Wednesday afternoon. It's May 21st, 2025. So, again, trying to keep you guys safe. Trying to keep you guys safe for sure. Okay, so I'm just checking some things, and tomorrow we have a risk around like West Palm Beach, give or take, for some strong and severe storms. It could be a little bit of a tornado risk around Dallas tomorrow too, based on the latest assessments. And hail to, you know, North Texas is something that's kind of developing. We have a risk, you know, east central to southeast Florida on Friday here as well. So, again, trying to keep you guys up to date on what's going on. I'd be surprised if there wasn't some tree limb damage here in the Warden, Nassau County. Based on what we've been seeing, it's not quite as strong, but it's closer to the radar, so it's still, you know, we're less than 1,000 feet up and still seeing 50 winds, which honestly, sometimes that can still be indicative of what you actually see down toward the surface. That would be more in the what you call the damaging range of 60 plus. That's a pretty strong signature that close to the radar. So we got to be really mindful on Callahan here in Nassau County. I'm going to check our power outage information here. Bear with me. I'm going to check some of the power outage numbers as we're tracking things here. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. We're live right now on Twitter/X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. In Florida right now, 2,613 customers noted in the dark according to Power.us, but you know, we're just waiting for some of the newest updates. I'm going to go ahead and see what we might have here. I don't think all that's been updated, so I got to do some of this manually. Let me go ahead here. When I say updated, I mean, you know, you can get it's been updated. It just needs to be a little bit more in real time sometimes. We're on the fly with this. So I'm going to go to something like the FPL map here. Yeah, we are seeing a few now. 3 outages there. Oh, okay, there's quite a few here now. Showing up, you know, there may not be a whole bunch when they add together, but one person, you know, or one household in the dark there on US 301 there, south side of Hilliard. 11 households in the dark as we get further down 301. East of 301, east of Dial, we have 4 households in the dark. Some of this may not be weather related though, according to this map anyway, the times that are showing. So still very preliminary. It'd be nice if this wasn't actually producing, you know, as high down to the surface as we were showing. We're showing 60 to 70. This is coming in from Georgia to Florida. We've got a gust of 41 at the Hilliard weather station site, Mesonet station site there. technically 1 mile east-southeast of the city center. Again, continuing to track everything here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Okay, let's, we don't have the radar at Moody. I don't mean to keep just emphasizing that. It's just, it's frustrating because we'd be able to get a lot better look at these storms if we had this radar here. Know, if these were a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker than it, because we're having to look higher up in this, so we don't really know as well. I mentioned it earlier on in our coverage on the other stream, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. As we're looking here, eastern Hamilton and toward parts of northern Columbia County, as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring it. This is fairly rural, but we have Taylor, the city of Taylor there in this. Eventually some of this could work its way further south. We'll have to see. I mean, right 93 here, it is toasty outside here. It's just dark. Heat index, at least where I'm at, and sometimes it gets a little skewed based on humidity and moisture content, pond not too far away. It might make their heat index a little higher. It says 105, but as we're looking here, I want to put on the temperature. I have the wind. That's what this is, by the way. These wind gusts last a little bit. If you don't know what those numbers are, I'd like to put that on. It's really helpful in tropical systems. But here's your temperature update. It's going to show here. And you see how warm it is. If we get this line to come through at the optimal time, which is not really the optimal time, but meteorologically, if it comes to a peak heating here, I mean, it's the optimal time for the nastiest storms, but very not good. I'm trying to say that the best way I can. It's not optimal for your rush hour commute, because peak heating, worst type of storms you could have, and in terms of the pattern that we're in now anyway, and that could cause some disruptions. So it would be the chance to get the most out of the storm environment for us here, and have the chance of the strongest storms, but it would not be at a good time. We do need the rain, but we don't need this lightning. We don't want wind damage, anything like that, and it's not out of the question, depending on how far south and east it goes. It may, I mean, these angles here are tricky. I need to do a track, because, when you look at this stuff, it's a illusion almost about where these are really headed sometimes when we're doing this, and the angle on these are trickier. Sometimes you can, kind of get all into these, and then they actually kind of head a little bit further east, which could happen. And then as we get further to the coast, we got to watch out, make sure we don't get anything to spin up on us if we're right here near the coast with some of these. So I'm gonna do something here on our other source. Honestly, I'm looking at my loop mode. It may be a situation where, we end up getting the gap here on Stark. It's not exactly a normal movement for our storms at east, southeast to southeast. It looks more east southeast on this other mode that I'm on. So I kind of have to do a manual trace, which is interesting. And they could still, we could still get some development out ahead, but as I look at this is not scientific, don't get me wrong here. But I'm just trying to kind of extend some things over before I show it to you guys. We can get more development along the line further to the west with this heating. It's definitely possible, but for what we actually have now, this is a better idea. So you see that blue area I extended? If they were to extend a warning, it could be something like that. It may confine for the wind threat a little further up, but if they want to warn just for the whole line, and that blue area that kind of extends off into Duval might be the storm. But with the way this is headed, its angle is so weird, because when you're looking at live, it looks more like it's coming down toward, Bradford County at least. And it may clip it with this, and then we could have additional development that's up near Madison, and out there, Monticello, it could be a little bit stronger than what it is, and even this radar might not be throwing it quite as good here because it's further away, but this makes it look to me as if some of the worst of the weather would actually go just east of Stork on this. So you gotta kind of be mindful of that. I mean, McClinney, that would mean Green Cove Springs, St. Augustine here. It's that line. I mean, I guess I can kind of try to do something here. I hate to fill this in too much, but just kind of trying. It's in the front, by the way. I'm just trying to kind of sell where this could be kind of headed here over the next little bit. So just kind of giving you guys a track on this. This is a little bit, much in terms of the drawing, I know, but it's just trying to help you guys out here. So something like that. Okay, new warning to 315 for portions of Duval and Nassau. Just coming down. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hail wouldn't quite meet the severe criteria on its own, though, at 3/4 of an inch in diameter. We'll see where they issue that here. It'll pop up in just 1 second on this mode here. There you go. There's your new warning. A little bit slower moving here. I'm saying not too far from the airport, moving east at 35. Let me go to some other modes here. Oh yeah, we're starting to get something to show up a little bit. I know it's right at the airport anyway, with the storm in it, so it's going to kind of obscure things, but that's where the radar is. Yeah, something out ahead is kind of developing, which is concerning. I mean, it's actually showing some really, really broad rotation right near the airport. This is what you always have to be aware of. I mean, if you're somebody at the airport running things, there was an airport weather warning issued here. It looks like at 2:03. So that's in point at 3 o'clock, with the wind and at least small hail concern. So that new pocket here is headed right toward the airport, and that's still in 50-mile-an-hour winds. So this is the type of stuff you got to be aware of, because I know we're not in the pop-up pattern exactly, but with the boundary in play here, this type of stuff can happen. It can, really, we have the overall pattern. We're focusing more on the organized action, but then you get more disorganized action, and that kind of takes some of the energy away, possibly, and then you get this stuff to be a little bit more than what you bargained for, I guess you could say, as we're going to flip a camera into the airport then. And this is developing pretty rapidly. I'm going to try to find a camera right in the airport. See if we can get a view. I mean, this is maybe, trying to produce some pretty strong winds. So we may try to go between a few different cameras if it'll let us here. I know it's kind of buffering a little there, so I don't know if it's on my end or their end where they're losing the signal, but we'll go ahead and pull this up. You just need to watch out, because we've had weird stuff happen. It was I think a couple years ago in December, we had a spin there come down right near the airport. I know they're expiring the other warning coming up, but we just gotta be careful here, because folks there are caught off guard. I know we already had the issue with the fire there on Friday at the parking garage. Folks don't need any more hassles there at the airport, and probably quite a few people there. So you just got to be kind of mindful here and remaining alert for the rapidly changing conditions. I-95 north of Airport Road, it's trying to, cut out on us a little, but we're going to watch the cloud. I want to pull some other cameras in, because, if we were to get like a funnel, because there was a little weak rotation, it could just be a downburst. It's kind of hard to say. But this evolving so quick here, I mean, I would think it'd be more of a downburst, but this pattern here for wind enhancement, that can still cause problems at airports for sure. But this wind enhancement, whatever it is, right near the airport, we got to be mindful of. It can happen pretty quickly and cause some problems here. You just need to be mindful of it. That's the airport. You can see that there on our map, that circle there. The cone of silence, what we call it in meteorology. Looks more like a rain shaft on here. Storminess, but we just got to keep monitoring, being mindful, obviously. Move this over just a little bit so we can kind of warn people here. That's 50 wind 2 or 3 minutes ago. I'll be really curious to see what type of wind we get on this site. I mean, at the airport here, I think we'd probably get a wind, you know, at least 40 to 50 there, especially with this high up that, you know, sensor would be compared to like what we have here east of Stark at my weather station. Again, let me try to see what I can find, because there's some more cameras, quite a few cameras just east of the airport. I have to kind of angle back. This is Airport Road west of I-95. You can see here the wet roads. Got to be careful. Got to be mindful. Okay, so again, we're continuing to track that. I'm just going to try to pull up more cameras since it's right there. Because sometimes when we're at the radar, it makes it harder to see some stuff, you know, right there near the cone of silence. 46, okay, well, that's about what, you know, I thought, get there, you know, at the minimum, something at that level. And they just put it here, it was at 239, so it may get higher then, because I was kind of on the edge of that then, because it just started at 239 is when that happened, so. We may get a gust higher than that, not out of the question, but you see how everybody there having to be really careful on the roads. You know, all those different lanes, and it's slick out there. I mean, look at all those lanes of traffic. I haven't looked at that, you know, the lanes too much over the years, but it's just how things grow out there. You know, I've never actually, believe it or not, been toward Jacksonville Airport before. Been around here 25 years, but as we're looking here, 4 lanes or whatever that is of traffic, I know. Definitely, you know, and hustle and bustle out there at times. Let me go ahead and continue to look at things. I'm just trying to get some updates. I'm going to check velocity again, wind speed, mode on the radar. Still looks like we're getting some wind coming at it. So you got to be aware. Let's go to this angle here. It's a little bit south. You see some of the rain coming down. I-295 west of Duval Road. It's not snow, I can promise you that. But you can see here the darker skies. Again, telling that weather story. Right near the airport there, Duval County. Just checking some more cameras. So many of them in that area. So. Again, pulling up some more views. Just checking more angles here. Florida 511 perspectives. Always important to try to get an idea of what's going on here. We'll go just a little bit further south. See that traffic moving there on 95 at Dunn Avenue. Just gotta, be careful when you have the inclement conditions coming on in. It's so hard to tell what's really going on with the radar there right now because it's right over it. Ooh, we got a boundary pushing out. You know what? That could either trigger some more development and or be a sign that some of this stuff's going to weaken on us. Now they're going to word Tallahassee. I know there's not a warning here, so I'm going to take this super off. I mean, we have it for east, but this storm here into word McCulloch County. I almost called it Crawford County, but watching stuff in Missouri, and I think I want to say Georgia here lately. But no, McCulloch County here, we're always on for our 62 counties when we have tornado warning storms. Haven't had anything like that here today, but no tornado warnings anyway, but we've had some severe thunderstorm warnings we've needed to be on for here on the different platforms as we're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So important. So important to do that. And there's been such a busy pattern here, meteorologically. And as we're tracking things, we turn that logo away from that red one here pretty soon. And so we don't have like an outbreak here. It doesn't seem coming up, like we've had across the country lately. Could have some severe weather on Dallas. That chance went up a little here, but not like what we've been seeing. We've had to been on so much here lately. This stuff here, I wouldn't, need a red logo if it wasn't from the overall pattern we've already been done with. But of course, we're not going to have a full update late tomorrow. So you never know. But by the next week, I might be back with a red logo, but with the alert logo. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the developments. This morning goes another, it looks like 22 minutes or so. I know the radar kind of obscured it, so maybe a little bit stronger than what it looks like right now around Duval County. Some of this stuff could be a little bit stronger than what it looks like, but again, what a busy pattern it's been day after day. We've been tracking everything since, Friday with what happened there in Laurel County, Kentucky, the London area there in Kentucky. There's so many lives lost. It's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible toward that area with what happens. I know that boundary coming in. That could have a little window on its own. If you guys can't see it, it's this line here. It may, be an indicator that we're getting some clear pushed out, meaning we'll have some weakening up here. But we could get some more development further south. But honestly, that could be a sign, and this, was marginal now, slight risk pattern, that things are going to start to weaken because this has gone further south than we thought initially, for this time of day anyway. Models have had a tough time lately, that's for sure. Especially with the local situation. National stuff hadn't been as bad in some ways, but locally it's been tricky. That's for sure. As we're looking here with these patterns, that if stuff, tries to break off from it. We were looking the other day, and then it's the overall pattern here. Things coming on in. Okay, one thing of note, we just got and I'm going to take off the risk real quick. We just got a tornado watch up into Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. You don't have a, huge risk here today, but 2%. Thought we might get one for eastern North Carolina, but that risk went down. But Pittsburgh now and areas there like Willen and West Virginia, they're under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So there's some energy up there. Some supercell composite and a little bit of significant tornado parameters. So could have some what I would call weak tornadoes, maybe. Yeah, they have the 30 and 10 on the percentages. That's definitely indicating, those weak little spin ups would be the most likely hazard up there, like EF0, EF1 type issues. And but in a mobile home, that could still be very serious. That could cause major damage. Again, bringing it back home here on the view. Need to go ahead and progress this a little. Okay, so I know in these patterns, in the summertime, we always have all these boundaries, but with the way that boundary came off of that, let's see here though. This is, Roy wish we had that radar at Moody. It would tell me a lot, but there's just some trying to go up a little bit on the hail there northeast of White Springs. Not necessarily severe hail like what it's showing, but it could be up there, 3/4 of an inch in diameter, around a US 441. That's a possibility. But what our other system shows, actually, that when even looking at it, it's kind of guessing based on what, are different things. One overestimates. This one does it about, what you would see more realistically down toward the surface, a yellow area indicating about 1/8 of an inch in diameter on hail. Just northeast of White Springs. So we'll have to watch that. That'd probably be something across northern Columbia into Baker County here as we look ahead in the timeline. Again, continuing to track all this here for you. We do have a storm in the southeast part of the warning in Duval that looks a little bit stronger now near State Road 9A. Seeing some winds close to 45 miles an hour there. Let's see if I can get a camera up on that. Go a little bit further south there with that. We're looking at things there. We're tracking things. That would be, Craig Municipal Airport. With a new advisory on that stuff further west until 4 now. 50-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail is what the Weather Service in Jacksonville thinks would be most likely. So just trying to give you the latest. Again, checking some different cameras. Trying to get the best view on this. Let's take a look at I-295 East at Merrill Road. See some of the darker skies, that's for sure. See that bridge there in the distance, a little bit of reduced visibility. Continuing to give you guys the latest here about 3 o'clock on this Wednesday. And weather's kind of moving on in, but this isn't exactly, as I'm about to say you, ideal weather to have, you know, traffic backups like this. This is I-295 East at Monument Road here in the Florida 5-1 perspective. I mean, that is some nasty traffic, whether that's really related to the weather or not. That's not fun looking. I don't know if there's an accident or if it's just backup here. I know, late in those school, in those school days there in the calendar, primary, secondary schools, and that is a mess. Goodness, that's the type of road that if that's something that's more oftenly occurring up there, it needs to be 4-lane, like what we saw further up toward north of the airport, but then you have to deal with construction. It looks like there's road work there, so I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing there, but you kind of get the idea. You see folks trying to merge on. Oof, what a mess. As we go ahead and continue here, continue to track. Thank you so much for tuning in. We thank you so much for trusting me here. I'm in Bradford County, but covering the 62 counties here as we're tracking things this afternoon. A lot of the counties are doing all right, but nothing tornado warned or anything like that. But we're monitoring the scenario in Duval and Nassau. I almost look a little weak rotation on that. I almost hesitate saying that because just the overall velocity pattern is kind of messy anyway. I know we've seen some interesting stuff over the years, those situations, you think about one of them, water spout on the river years ago, not this time of year, I think it was, on a Friday evening, probably 15 years ago or so. That was a big deal. So you just got to watch for these little spins. It's a little bit different pattern, but okay, it doesn't even look like anything now. So I was going to try to pull up another traffic camera there, but looks like we're getting a push of wind further to the east now. I don't think they're going to keep this warning here much longer. They might go ahead and cancel it based on what I'm seeing, because most of the wind action, I don't even think it's necessarily severe, but even if it was, it's probably out of the box by now. So that's good. Now this stuff out here, we had the boundary come off of it, which a lot of times will indicate that stuff's going to weaken, but this stuff looks pretty hefty here. Let's go ahead and look. You have some hail here, maybe north of Lake City, moving toward Baker County. Have some thunderstorm activity toward Wakulla County, non-severe. This is technically still warm, but it's really breaking up, it looks like. I mean, I wonder if the outflow kind of had a effect. They're still keeping the warning, they're saying, until 3:15 for portions of Duval. and canceled at Nassau. So that's some of the latest information. At 3:03, a severe thunderstorm was located in the ocean where 8 miles east of Jacksonville International Airport, moving east at 35 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail possibilities. Of course, we're watching this stuff out here. It looks strong, but not severe. Be nice if we could just get the rain, get some of that. We don't want quite as much lightning, but it'd be nice to have the rain without this much lightning and without the warnings, without this severe type of wind and or hail threats. We need some more rain still, as I've detailed here lately with the drought, monitor and the like. In fact, I'll go ahead and go back to some of our graphics from our update last night here, as we'll let me pull it up here. This is, going to be updated tomorrow. I mean, the data won't, cover today's rain, so it probably will look a little bit worse here as we're looking at things. But this is the graphics source here. This is what it was looking like as the last update there last Thursday through the data last Tuesday. And you can see we still had some concerns there with the drought toward like Marion, Putnam, St. John's, Flagler especially, sticking out a little bit more. So we could use some rain down there, but without the lightning, without the, severe weather, obviously. So definitely could use that, but we're not going to have a whole bunch after today. It doesn't look like here as we're monitoring that. So as we continue to give you guys the latest, I know we are watching that threat for strong and severe storms today. This is what we had on last night with our extended forecast. No formal update late tomorrow, like what we normally do. We've been so busy here lately, we're off from that, but we won't have needed for anything, obviously. If something were to develop nationally and or something, be have to be more pop-up as we look ahead locally, you would think. So, at least the next, multiple days there, the chances of rain are pretty low. We start to uptick around Memorial Day, though. Hopefully nothing for those events earlier on, but as you get into Tuesday, you chance of rain going up a little bit more here as we're tracking things and as we're checking things here. So I know it's been a long last week or so in the Weather Center, but you see the rain chances are going down after today. Again, could have some pop-up stuff. I don't know. We'll see any warnings locally between Thursday and Sunday, really. They start to get enough moisture in here early next week. We're going to dry out a little bit more potentially if we don't get, the necessary rain. Like some areas are getting it here as we're tracking things, but I know we're at 92 right now here. East Star, that's what I had for the high. But I think I might have even mentioned that we were maybe a little warmer than that. I'm not sure. Days are running together here at this point. We've been so busy here lately since last Friday in the Weather Center. Really, I mean, we're on late Thursday, their update. So about a week straight here, on and off, having to give you guys the latest because of the, dangerous weather here. But again, no formal update late Thursday. We'll be on next Tuesday, the formal update on as needed for local national. And then next Thursday night, a little of our formal update that's late, Thursday, early Friday, we'll be on at 10 p.m. Assuming we don't have, something where we have to be on for severe weather otherwise. Something like that. We'll be on with our hurricane special or annual hurricane special on all the platforms next Thursday, May 29th at 10 p.m. So, again, tune in there on Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter, which is also, of course, called X there at Cloud Casey, on YouTube at Cloud Weather, on Twitch at Cloud Weather there, and you have all the links available on cloudweather.com. You have the interactive radar there, but also, once that special is done, we'll be posting that over there to the website. So you'll be able to watch it on demand on cloudweather.com as well as on those different sites I already referenced, like Facebook, Twitter, /X, YouTube, and Twitch. So that's kind of the storyline. You see above average temperatures of story still. Even, we're going to cool off some tomorrow, Friday. You see, the lows, they're actually getting a little below average for like Saturday, but the highs, there'll be less humidity, so that's good. But the highs that's still pretty warm for us. You see toward like Sunday, we start to get toward that 95-degree marker there. That's definitely something to be mindful of here as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things here in the Weather Center. So we're just going to keep on looking at the situation here. we wouldn't necessarily be showing this to you if we had like a tornado warning or something really urgent. We're getting pretty close to probably just switching back over to radar here. But I'll kind of let this ride out, see, close to the 315 mark anyway now. So, you know, just kind of letting this ride out here at this point. We can use the rain, but we don't want the lightning, don't want the severe weather. Wind enhancement there in northern Columbia County. And I'm trying to be careful with this system because last night we were seeing, you know, tornadoes, a couple of them there popping up central Georgia, central Alabama. You know, didn't have much of a risk, and we had some debris signatures popping up way in the night. So just don't want something to start to escalate. I mean, the parameters are a lot lower at this point here for that, but they're not zero, and the wind damage parameters aren't zero. As we look, I'll say the SCP, it's a lot lower than it was. I mean, I'll go back 4 hours even, and we're seeing the blues there, and we've seen some of that kind of break up over most of our area, a little bit up toward like Brunswick, but as you kind of look at things here, supercell composite, that's kind of breaks up a little bit more. I mean, honestly, I probably need to go back more than 4 hours because that's when it was really this morning, like 6, 7 in the morning. I was kind of concerned we might get a few local warnings because we had the STP a lot higher. You know, it was. I mean, you know, I say 4 hours, and really, you know, you don't see the difference. But we had this like yellow here in quite a few spots earlier. I can't go back more than 4 hours. You know, I mean, honestly, you don't see. You know, I probably made too much of that difference there because there's not much of one I see. The numbers pretty similar. But you know, as we look further back, which I can't do, we had higher values here. That's probably like 8 hours ago here at this point. Towards South Georgia, even 6, 7 hours ago would have told that story better, but can't get back that far. Only 4 hours on here, but again, as we continue to watch, continue to track here, I see they're expiring the warning. So yeah, this stuff's kind of broken up over here. Northern Columbia. We'll watch. We'll track. And whenever you do stuff on the fly, sometimes you kind of have to, you know, adjust our level of conversation a little in that, you know, we hadn't had a chance to look at that. So really 4 hours ago, it wasn't, but 6, 7 hours ago, it would have been a bigger difference. But now, as we're looking at things, I know, like FSU baseball going up to North Carolina, we're going to have, you know, I mean, it's still, you know, May, but it's going to be actually pretty nice baseball there. Even if the sun's out, you know, you got to be careful with sunscreen and whatnot, but it's going to actually be pretty ideal weather Friday for that game there in the ACC tournament. Now, down here, softball games in the NCAA tournament, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be pretty warm here at times. You got to be making sure you're drinking plenty of water. So keep that in mind. You just got to be aware. Things can change quickly here, so I don't want to. We're not going to cut this stream like I sometimes would because this stuff's going to come through, you know, areas further south, whether it's Bradford or not. I mean, it kind of could, but the angle on these is a little bit tricky. I know we had a gust to 48, by the way, at Mayport. They always read a little higher there sometimes, right near the coast. You know, we're getting up there with some of those data points there, you know, and the height and the like. But again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. Let me switch this over. Just trying to give you guys the latest. You see how that boundary came off of it, which would indicate maybe a threat, you know, for weakening here. I say a threat, but really, you know, that's obviously a positive. But that could, you know, also trigger some more development further south in theory. So that would be a threat. But I mean, this loop didn't go back a real long time. But I just kind of want to watch the angle with this. You know, so this area and I don't know how to really do it, but we'll just kind of put a marker here. This this type of area could get more, maybe quite a bit more than. You see my mouse here, over here. It may not happen as much, but some of this, maybe this will come in and give us some rain. We need some rain. We need to wet the ground, a little bit here, obviously. So that'd be helpful. I mean, honestly, looking at this is probably more helpful. We have to watch stuff out of Tallahassee. It's probably more helpful than going to the model run at this point, because the model runs have really, really, really struggled, lately here. I'll watch the stuff right at the coast, because some of this here, I noticed a little burst of wind in there. I don't know if that was more recent. We'll have to just see. And that was a little bit further back, actually. Moving into Taylor County, we'll watch that, but try to get an angle on some of these storms here to direction. Something like this. It may be going a little south with it, but this probably isn't the best drawing you've ever seen, but just trying to give you guys an idea here what could happen. So in theory, maybe some of that will track like that. Thing is, then you have some of this tracking like this. Now, you may have something to fill in the gap, but if not, well, may not get much rain here around Stark. We'll see. Stuff can still develop. Just warm, humid. There is a boundary that can trigger some stuff. A couple different boundaries, really. I mean, boundary of the front and also the outflow. Could, but not sure it will. Trying to kind of draw this on here. I know it's a little bit messy, but this whole pattern's kind of been tricky like that here lately. We could be in the gap here around Stark, for some of the moisture, like City Lake Butler, based on this, but I'm trying to do some real-time analysis here, but as we continue here, give you guys the very latest. Just check this here in western Baker County. Don't see a lot of wind, enhancement with that. It doesn't seem. We could have gusts in theory to 50 miles an hour with it, but some cool air being pushed out ahead. Not sure that we're gonna have, a whole bunch more warnings here today. The way things are looking, we may have a few. Don't get me wrong. Things in this environment could still percolate again. It's just we don't have much model support here, with what's happening. So we're kind of having to just do it in real time with the meteorology. So let me go ahead and keep looking. I see 79 customers in the dark in Nassau County, according to Power.us, 48 in Duval County. So that's not a whole bunch, quite honestly. Let me take JE Power out of the map, see if that gives us any updates. So it might be a little bit different number, because that's the other numbers from about 10 minutes ago. Okay, JEA, how many do they have? Let me see here. They have a whole number now, or let me just kind of map over here. Okay, well, it looks pretty sparse. Looks pretty sparse. Still, whenever thunder roars go indoors, we could still have that lightning hazard. You got to be really careful about that. People can get caught off guard, and it could be tragic, and you can also get stuff struck by lightning, too. It's definitely not out of the question here in this pattern. Be very mindful of that. The way these storms look, I mean, I think I'm going to keep the swing going a little longer, but the way they're looking right now, they're looking less intense, almost, so much so, so much less intense it'd be time to just kind of wrap the stream up. I think we'll keep it going a little longer, at least with the loop. Just the up and down pattern for sure, and that might, with the heating of the day, maybe just a good idea to keep the stream going, but we've dropped down to 91.5. We're dropping a little bit here, so could be an indication of, I'll see where that boundary is. It's still in northern Bradford County here on the latest look, but that could cool us off some more, but indication that, we're the instability here. We may not, necessarily have things, really be right at the peak there of the highest parameters. I mean, HRRR is kind of, still having trouble with this, but this is what it says for 4 o'clock. It's looking a little bit, maybe more on top of it, but 5 o'clock, you see how it's showing stuff around Perry, Jacksonville, but not so much around Stark. It's just light rain. See some stuff really hanging around the coast. That's interesting. I mean, we kind of showed that a little bit. I don't know if I would expect it to hit around that line. That actually could, wow, I don't know about these models there. That would be aggressive if that actually happened here. This is showing, areas south of Perry getting 6 inches of rain in 6 hours here as we look ahead. I don't know if that's realistic here, but this is midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So you see that. I'll move it down here because we're going to have more development tomorrow. We don't have a formal update plan for tomorrow unless we have to cut in. So see some stuff maybe trying to redevelop down there as we look ahead. Let me get the extended run of this. This is a night to night. I know they're lightening the vessel marine warning in that teal box, this type color, and there's reports of current, but the model isn't. You see some light rain up here, but in tomorrow we should have some more development further south. See some stuff around Tampa, and then in the afternoon you see some stuff trying to fire up in South Florida. Could be some warnings down there. Definitely looks more organized down there, maybe toward the 995 corridor, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Not overwhelming, but something to watch. Sometimes this time of year you can get the spin when you hit a boundary and they're like down there. As we're continuing to watch everything, let's kind of go to some other model runs. Let me go to the, try this one, see what it's showing. One of the NAM, oh, that's the wrong button. One of the NAM runs here. Really? Okay. Oh, that's for tomorrow. Okay, that's what happens when I've been very busy. Okay, I was wondering there for a second. The models have been off, but I didn't think they were that far off. Still not really doing a great job. That's supposed to be 4 o'clock, but we already have stuff further south. Now, so. As we progress things, we're really showing a lot of decay. So you have some gusts here. A lot of these in the 40 range. This is not that big of a deal overall. If you're at it, it's not fine, but got a gust of 41 there recently at the Arlington and Jacksonville area there, the terminal channels. And most of these storms are really weakened. So that's good. They may go ahead, and I wouldn't be surprised if they drop this back to a marginal risk in the 4 o'clock update. Go from the slight to a marginal. By the way, there was a 42 mile an hour gust around Fort Caroline at 3 o'clock. I don't think this is going to require a watch, and generally a slight risk, would require a watch. It's kind of going hand in hand, is what I'm saying. But getting some things together to wrap this up and just put the loop on with the radar at this point in time. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in toward the weather center. honestly considering going ahead and changing the logo back over to blue here at this point and move out of our alert logo after what I'm seeing here fall apart. I know if I do that, it could always backfire a little bit, and we could all of a sudden get more redevelopment in this heating of the day. And there's not much model support for this to really redevelop. But we're monitoring things. Off the Tallahassee radar looking higher up, and then off the Jacksonville radar. As I know, again, no formal update tomorrow. We'll be on if necessary on things. I know Memorial Day, so it's about remembering and honoring here those who lost their life as we're looking in military service to our country. But you see, Zappa Taylor, maybe a little bit of wind enhancement there. I kind of wonder if we'll get, another warning or anything like that on there. I'd kind of be, surprised, but we're going to keep the logo red just a little longer then, just in case something that we're not expecting here. So that's the plan is. We'll keep it red. By the time if we just turn it blue, we might as well just almost wrap the stream up, because that means, we're kind of thinking how things are winding down here. With this daytime heating, I think we'll keep it. The reason it's red is not because of what we were expecting locally, it's because of the national pattern moving toward us to be on the precautionary side. But we're definitely, we got to watch, and some of this will be moving further south, but we're on the back side of things in terms of the really nasty stuff. So okay, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap it for now. We'll leave the radar up, of course, and we'll pop back in if necessary on this stream. So that'll do it for the time being. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here, in toward the weather center on this Wednesday afternoon, on this May 21st, 2025. Again, we're keeping an eye on what I characterize as strong storms right now. Let me see if there's any questions or comments here from any of the viewers at home. Don't see any, but again, I appreciate everybody tuning in and watching me here on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter/X, YouTube, and Twitch here. So that's, it's always important is to keep an eye on things, and we'll be doing that, and we'll pop back in here. Of course, if it is warranted, we'll be monitoring the situation, but, that risk will probably go down in the next update. It went up earlier on, going back down a little, but we still can't rule out a road warning or two. So just stay tuned, stay safe. It is, the warm pattern, so something could try to evolve on us here in an area where, we get some enhancement, but it's looking a little bit better. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. Enjoy your day, but stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking in here in the Weather Center right now. We don't have any official warnings right now, but I've been watching the storm the last few minutes. I know it's a little bit further away on the radar than we would like to see in terms of kind of understanding if something's really here with it because the Moody radar is down. But off the Jacksonville radar, I've been seeing some pretty tight looking rotation here aloft in toward rural Clint County here. So I'm sort of keeping the stream going. And I was keeping it going because I thought there might be a chance of some weird stuff developing here meteorologically. We saw some weird stuff in the night in Georgia last night, central Georgia, central Alabama, and this has had a hook on it here and some rotation. It's maybe a little bit weaker as it's headed toward, roadway here. This is really rural, but it is headed toward a road that quite a few people use, US 441. So, I would be on the lookout for funnel clouds here and making sure I avoid any type of circulation that's trying to reach the surface because there almost even looks to be, it may just be inflow here because we're having to look so far up, but there may be some type of, hail signature or something. I doubt it's debris because we're having to look so high up here with this. It would have to be something a lot more significant than what radar is showing, but, for a scan or two here, I've been keeping, if you wasn't watching the stream, I had it up here. I zoomed in because this storm has a hook. I know we were watching stuff, moving to Florida, the Georgia stuff, wasn't really, even in play here. The risk was removed, and we were kind of focusing, on the overall pattern as we were looking toward the south here. But some of the parameters really upticked, and this is by the radar velocity from about 10 minutes ago, and we saw a shear marker pop up here. This is very rural, but there's quite a bit of lightning in there too showing up on our system. So there could be some type of weak tornado crossing US 441 there and toward southeast Georgia. I know we're watching another storm, a more populated area toward I-75. So let's look at that. This has an advisory on it as well. No warning. There is some broad rotation with this. We're having to look, higher up than we generally would too because of that radar being down. Or we would have a lot better idea of if something's really happening or not. But this is toward I-75. Last few scans, it actually looked a little bit brighter there, right around Dasher Lake Park, and that is around US 41. In fact, we might be able to get some cameras up on that one. I don't think we're going to get any cameras up on what we're doing with further off toward the east for now. That's very rural out there. It was a more impressive area for sure. I wouldn't have broke in for the one near 75 based on what I've seen, but the one near 441 there is looking like it's probably pretty close to needing a tornado warning. As we're looking, I know, as we're tracking things, I just want to be really careful in this environment, after what's happened with this system further up toward the north and west. It is, it's been a system here, a doozy, that's for sure. I'm looking here, I don't see that camera working, unfortunately. Let's try this camera. Hopefully it'll work, but it's not working either. Let me go ahead. These are the Georgia 5.1 cameras. They don't want to come up here for me, but trying all of them here behind the scenes real quick. Goodness, they are not wanting to come up here. They're all unavailable, but again, in that general area. Is that one working? Nope. Okay, we'll look at the power outage information then. Let me go ahead and see that there's 1,278 customers in the dark in Georgia right now. Lowndes County 2 customers, Echo 0 and Clint 0, but that's, something where it might not have all the data in there, and it might take a little bit to catch up with the ongoing situation. Tallahassee radar says it's pretty tight too. Northwest of Fargo, and it's very rural. We wouldn't, if we weren't already keeping this going, we wouldn't be on it. It looks a little weaker on that mode, quite honestly. And that looks a little bit more like inflow there. I mean, it's definitely a supercell type, mini supercell type structure, but intriguing, definitely intriguing. I mean, that looks a little displaced, but it's very rural. It was tightening up there for a moment. It's not quite as tight as it was. But I mean, I'll see in our shear rate product what we're doing with. Let me switch you over to that. This is there near US 441. You can see it's weaker now. Yellow rotation instead of, I back it up. But last hour, you see, this is the 60 minutes. we had yellows, but then it tightened up the reds showing up in there. That's when we jumped in, but now it's kind of weakened back down to that. And we're watching a little bit near I-75 as well. You see some yellows there now. It never really got too much in the reds. I almost tried to there around Twin Lakes, but our shear rate, it shows how strong the rotation is here on this. So watching the Gulf too, last hour was pretty tight at one point. Now weaker. This could be something to hit areas like in Dixie and Levy counties eventually. Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key, give or take. Maybe down in the Citrus as well outside of our area based on the exact angle. Because it does seem it has more of a southerly component, with this as we're looking at some of this. But there is that easterly movement. So yeah, if you do the hail track, extrapolate that out. Yeah, Dixie, Horseshoe Beach to Levy, and maybe a little bit of Citrus. So that's kind of what it looks like right now. Maybe Clip and Marion as well. We'll have to watch it. I mean, the parameters, the thing about this is, our risk. I mean, I was thinking the same thing. The risk is really looking further south, but we've got these tornado parameters that go up on us now, kind of like what we had in the night last night. Only it's not quite as high, but they're up there. We don't really see any yellows here where we had the storms over our area. That's enough to produce a tornado. Coupled with this instability, I mean, it's definitely there. But as we're looking at things, the way that was wrapping up there on us, I wanted to try to jump ahead of it. It has weakened some, it would appear, at this point. So I may go ahead and just go back to the radar stream here pretty soon. But I wanted to pop in, because when you get, this is enough, 2,600 joules per kilogram of energy with around a 0.5 STP, and then the supercell composite at about a 3. You got some helicity in there. That's enough to produce a weak tornado there. Wind like 85, miles an hour. Possibility there around US 441. So north of Fargo. So again, we wouldn't have cut in if we weren't already on. Don't get me wrong. This isn't, a situation that's overwhelming, but still, mini supercell structure with the history on this system, they just can't actually tighten back up a little bit again. Again, this is very rural areas that we're talking about, so this is not something to stress out about, except if you're driving right now on a US 441. I wouldn't, really want to be doing that on this stretch here, that small stretch, but just, you're looking out for funnel clouds, and I know there's not many places you can seek safer shelter there, because it's so rural, but it's got to kind of, since, we don't, have like a formal warning, you got to kind of hope for the best a little bit here and just hope this isn't producing as we're looking there. I mean, or if you can, try not to be driving on that stretch of the road here next few minutes, really. And maybe pull off before you get to that stretch even. But again, I'm looking at some other sources here on our other computer source. It's just always important to kind of go between different modes of things to get a better look at the overall scenario here. I want to try to get an idea of the track on this because, kind of get an idea of where this could be headed. I mean, the speed they're saying with the advisory on the 40-mile-an-hour wind advisory is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and kind of track this on out. Bear with me. Trying to get an idea here. My other system. What's going on? Okay, so you're going to see what I just did here on my other source. So what I'm doing here is you see a little over 2 hours it'd be in toward Duval County, so right around sunset. If I don't know if this would really hold together that long. I kind of doubt it. But this is really rural territory for a while. Clinch, and then into a little bit of Ware, and then Charlton. Maybe getting close to St. George there as you're coming up between McClinton and St. George, and then into western Duval, and there'll be a lot more populated by 8:30. If it's still rotating by then, that'd be interesting. I think the parameter will be dropping off some as we get later on, but we'll keep our eyes on it, obviously, here as we're tracking things, as we're dealing with them. I know. Let me go ahead and switch radars here real quick. When we started the stream, we had a lot more wind concern in the word, like Nassau County earlier on. several hours ago. That's why we started it, back on this with the Florida focus round 2 after we were on the other stream. But I haven't really had any warnings here in a while or anything that concerning for a few hours or so. And then all of a sudden we really started to see this uptick on us. I thought we better break in. So that's right around US 441 there. Again, inward part of Clinton County. I already had a funnel cloud there from a different storm earlier. Didn't have a warning on it. Not saying that it needed it by any stretch. I don't think we had any touchdowns, but as we were looking there, that was around 103 apparently. A funnel cloud was spotted in DuPont, Georgia. As I'll broaden the view, you'll see that. Well, let's go to the other source. DuPont, right up to the northwest. That was a different storm. It was spotted at 103 this afternoon. It was by Williams Street there in the DuPont community. So, Clinton County there. So, that was earlier this afternoon. This is obviously a different storm 5 hours later, but it has that hook structure. It's a mini supercell is what I had to call this. Definitely has inflow with it. Okay, they put out a mesoscale discussing. A little bit of rotation on this by 75, but I think that's just looking higher up. Let me see what the mesoscale discussing says, though. I haven't had one of those in a little while. They're talking about these storms that I'm looking at, so let's go ahead and kind of set it to any other source. You see that blue circled area as we're tracking. I know. Trying to give you guys the latest. So let's see what this is about. I'm going to click on it. Storm Prediction Center information. By the way, not our area, but it kind of jumped up at me here. From the one in West Virginia this popped up. We'll say it to you real quick. This is in West Virginia. There's a tornado watch there. And a tornado warning for Preston County in West Virginia. You see how cool it is up there in the 50s. Interesting name of a town. A couple of them. Friendsville and Accident. There's a couple towns there in that vicinity that, this is to the west of, and it's to the southeast of West Virginia University in Morgantown. But okay, there's a tornado warning there, that red box, tornado watch in the yellow zone. But let's get back here. Okay, so this blue circle area is what they're talking about, storm predictions, and only a 5% chance of a watch. They're saying locally strong gusts and or marginally severe hail could occur with a couple isolated storms over the next couple hours. They're mainly focusing on that circled vicinity. The Norman office, there with the Storm Prediction Center saying a couple isolated storms have developed across far southern Georgia immediately ahead of a cold front draped across the area, and these storms are tracking slowly southeastward into northern Florida, where earlier heating of a moist boundary layer of middle 70s dew points has yielded moderate surface-based instability. Given 30 to 40 knots of mid-level westerly flow sampled by the JAX VWP, these cells may continue to exhibit marginal transient supercell characteristics, and locally strong gusts, marginally severe hail will be possible, both of those over the next couple hours. They're not really talking about tornado, but they're talking about maybe getting some severe thunderstorm warnings, but it'll be up to the local offices here in Tallahassee and Jacksonville, or Jacksonville, depending on which storm we're looking at here and when. Still has that hook. This has some rotation west of Statenville. Let's tighten it up a little on the Tallahassee radar west of Statenville. See if we can, I don't know, the traffic cameras weren't really giving us much there either as we're looking. I'm going to do something real quick. I know you guys probably wonder about rain around Stark. You see a little bit around Keystone and the like. Not, that big of a deal. Maybe a little bit of a quick downpour, but that's about it so far. I wish we would get more rain without any severe. But okay, these storms up here, it definitely looks like it's trying to, it may just be more the wind enhancement, but west of Statenville there, as we're looking east of Lake Park, we're going to go ahead and continue to watch it here. Again, these are interesting structures. At this point, I would say 2 mini supercells. In theory, they strengthen enough they can produce tornadoes, but yeah, wind and hail probably be a little more likely. And it's Jacksonville radar, really aggressive, but that's looking at 8,000 feet as we're done with that. So, it's not sure. I wish the other radar was working because it would really help us out here. Because there may not be much to these, or there might be something really significant. in terms of a weaker tornado being down. If we had that radar working, we'd probably know and be able to warn people better, but that's just the way it is sometimes. It had some type of failure there. Let me see what it says actually on that website there. And on the, I should say on the source, the Moody Air Force Base, it'll be down. It went down with the message anyway on May the 9th. They said it'll be down for an extended period of time. The weather service in Jacksonville because of an AC fan failure, air conditioning fan failure, and parts needed to be ordered at that point in time. Restoration unknown. So that's the storyline there as we go ahead and continue to watch things, continue to monitor. Yeah, it looks on this mode, it doesn't really show it that well. This latest scan, it doesn't look all that impressive. I mean, it looks way more impressive further upward, meaning it's probably not a big deal. And then this one, moving north of Fargo with that hook. And it's very rural territory, thankfully. But still, it's worth noting. Just kind of trying to draw the potential track of things. This takes a little bit further east, more toward St. George, and then maybe more toward northern Duval than what, looking at earlier on, but we shall see. Something that's not far off the track of some of the other stuff we were looking at earlier on. So. Give you an idea of where this one might be headed. That's parts of Hamilton, parts of Northern Columbia, maybe Baker. Let me broaden that view out a little. I want to see how close that might come to Bradford County where we're at. Just give you an idea. I mean, it very well could fade before I got that far south. That'd be a few hours even moving slow, but I don't think it's going to necessarily come that far west. I was like, we'll see. Let me just keep drawing now. Kind of follow the line here. Yeah, something like that. It'd be about the farthest west and south it would probably go. These can always shift direction a little bit on you, but that's one area. And of course, they could go further southeast. I'm just trying to kind of confine these a little bit with the tracks. Okay, so that's the, gives you an idea of where these could be headed here, give or take. These mini supercells. So that's like maybe 3 hours just in here. So by then, 3 hours, they're probably fading by then, I would think. I mean, just in this overall pattern. Maybe get like outflow from one and it's kind of fade away on their own, but so kind of interesting. Okay, let's see here. Strong thunderstorm. They're now saying 50 on the winds. Just under severe weather service in Jacks. Southeastern Ware, southeastern Clinton, western Charlton. So, just continuing to track things here. Storm a little bit stronger there east of Lake Park, maybe. we're continuing to watch them, but there's no formal warning, so I feel like I should just go ahead and wrap it here soon and go back to the radar stream. Especially with these being pretty rare, but at least I'm giving you guys a heads up on what could happen. There's near I-75 there, southeast of Adasta. Off the Jacksonville site, so it's going to make it look a little bit worse maybe than it is, but then this is off the Tallahassee. It's still 6,000 feet up, so it's hard to say what's really happening at the surface, but there's a little bit of a notch there. You know, heading toward Jennings to Baker's Mill, somewhere in that vicinity. Again, he's having an odd movement to him today, which, you know, compared to what we generally deal with. And that's your new advisory for 50.5-inch hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. So, this storm here in the more populated area is starting to see a little bit higher signature on hail, but remember, we're looking further up in the storm. But definitely Statenville got to be on guard here for some strong thunderstorm activities, you know, 75. And some certain calculations here. So this probably isn't severe hail, but maybe to a half-inch. This one here, maybe to a half-inch as well. So that's, I think, going to do it for this cut-in. We'll just leave the radar up and come back on as necessary here. Just be ready, though, in case some warnings are issued here. And we'll pop back in, of course, if that were to happen. As we continue to watch this, it just doesn't want to quite go away, I guess. This lingering threat here on this Wednesday afternoon, this May 21st here, 2025, as we're watching some different things here in toward the Weather Center. It's just always important to keep an eye on things here meteorologically, you know, as a situation does evolve. I know that tornado warning in West Virginia didn't last very long. That area up there, goodness, that must have went away quick. He canceled it after only 7 minutes, the Pittsburgh office there for Preston County, West Virginia. But tornado watch in that area. We had a couple other tornado warnings today up in that region, but you know, it's been a busy pattern. We're going to keep you updated here. If warranted, we'll cut back in to the stream as we continue to watch this scenario. That blue circled area where the Storm Prediction Center is starting to watch things a little bit more here. Just kind of adjust this a little bit. I guess we'll move it up just a little bit more so you can see some of these areas. I want to make sure we're kind of giving you a good look at the view of it being a little bit tighter in there so you can see step 2 in the loops. I think that's the storyline for now. We'll leave this running and pop back in as warranted. For now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Thanks for tuning in for now. Stay safe, everybody.